Braves Country. I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves Country today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby, Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. Members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country. As your Atlanta Braves, let's put the lineup up there real quick so everyone can get a quick look at it. Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Miami Marlins, going for the sweep. So you see Sixto Sanchez and Ronaldo Lopez. I'm going to move this up a little bit, but as long as you know the names, you'll be good. Sixto it's a bullpen game for the Miami Marlins. We've got essentially our ace. Advantage Atlanta Braves. We should go out here. We should take care of the Miami Marlins. Braves playing pretty good baseball. We still haven't gotten our core hitters to wake up, but that's okay because the rest of the guys have been picking them up. And there's going to come a point in the season, and we all know this, where not only are they going to wake up and start dominating like we know they can and we know they will. But the other thing that's going to be very obvious to us as well, a lot of these guys that are hitting so well right now, they won't be doing this in a few weeks. And the hope is that everyone else picks them up and we'll be able to have our core hitters. We're talking about Acuna. We're talking about Olsen. We're talking about Riley. Three guys that, yeah, if you're human, if you're mortal, you're doing fine. But if you're three guys who are perennial all-stars, three guys who are expecting to put up huge numbers like they have in the past, they're not having good years so far. Olson's having a terrible time of it, but I remember this last year with Olson. I remember when he first came over in the trade from Riley. You remember how he started off in that spring? He was lights out in the early going of the very condensed spring training. And then he went to a long funk. And then once he comes out of it, he is scorching hot. And that's what I expect out of Olson. That's what I expect out of Riley. Riley's a little more of a consistent hitter. He normally doesn't go through these long slumps. And that's why you see him so frustrated. Olson, you see him hit a ball hard and it's right at somebody. He just has that grin like, are you serious? Whereas Riley seems a little more defeated because he doesn't go through these long extended, not since his rookie year where he came out scorching hot and then fell off the planet. And remember the next spring, this was right before we started doing Braves Country Radio, but I remember the next spring we were doing talk shows back then. And it was Braves related talk shows. And I remember pounding the desk. Anybody that would halfway pay attention that Austin Riley's going to be fine and quit telling me about Johan Camargo being the future at third base. Well, he ended up coming out of it, and he's been a phenomenal third baseman, as we all know. He wouldn't get the 10-year extension that he did if he wasn't one of the tops. And so we're just going through it right now, and I still say I'll still stand behind what I said last night, and that is I think it would not hurt these guys to take a day off. Not at the same time. Give one of them in an ideal situation when you were playing the Marlins. Give them one of them Tuesday off. Give the other one Thursday off. Wednesday off tonight. Or they could have given them a day off. Let's just for argument's sake, say you give Olson the night off tonight, bring him back on Friday, and you could have Riley play tonight and take the night off and take Friday off. And then that way you give them 2 back-to-back days off. And it's not that they're wearing down or anything. It's just to change their perspective. The folks that have done this for a living talk about it all the time, that sometimes you need to watch the game from the sidelines, because when you do, just something clicks with you. And so if it doesn't clean up soon, I would hope that they would be okay with doing that. Snicker loves to play everybody every day. And I get it. He believes in these guys, and it's not that we don't believe in the guys, but he believes that going out there every day, they'll eventually work out of it. I get that theory. I understand it. I just don't embrace it on all situations, because I believe sometimes you just need to step away and go, all right, the hell am I doing? Especially in a day where they walk up to you and they tell you at the end of the game tonight, hey, you're not playing Friday because we want you to have some time off. And then you mentally get ready for that. And maybe you do a little extra film work. Maybe you do a little extra BP because you know you're not playing that night. And we've got the depth right now on our bench that can spell. No, do they have those bats? Hell no, they don't have those bats. If they did, they'd be starting. But we've got depth on our bench right now to be able to give these guys a day off. And maybe they come in and pinch hit. But just in theory, they don't play the field that night. But you can't bench Marcell Ozuna to let one of them be a DH because that guy's the MVP so far, 2024. Sixto Sanchez. Most of you will remember Sixto Sanchez. He was lights out in 2020. And then he had a terrible injury. I believe it was Tommy John. I want to say it was beginning of 2021. He was being looked upon as one of the best right-handers in the National League before the Tommy John surgery. And then he misses, obviously, all of 21, most of 22. He goes to try to come back in 2022 and 2023. And he kept having problems, kind of Michael Soroka-like. But what I remember from Sixto more than anything else, first of all, in the playoff series, in that bubble tournament that the that MLB put on in 2020 October. He was lights out against the Cubs in the first round. And has pitched well against us. But he carried that team down the stretch. We got to just about get ready for first pitch here. My pick to click tonight. Look, it's a bullpen game. So you can't really hedge your bet and say, well, I'm going to go with the righty. Well, I'm going to go with the lefty, because you're going to see them both all night long. So a bullpen game, and we've got some guys that I don't want to. I'm done putting the jinx on the guys that are due. The Acuñas, the Rileys, the Olsons. I'm gonna quit picking them until they pop out of their funk. So tonight, give me Money Mike. He's batting second, and he's been playing really well. And we do know his first at bat will be against a right-hander. So give me Money Mike. We're going to step away, get ready for first pitch, play-by-play. Your Atlanta Braves, get those brooms out. We got a chance to sweep tonight. And we've got our ace on the mound, Ronaldo Lopez. Raylo Day. Mr. Tuesday turns into Mr. Wednesday. We'll see you in just a moment.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's inside. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-1 lead. She's gone, baby.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing second base for the Miami Marlins, it's Luis Arias. He's batting .284 with 3 RBI. Brian De La Cruz batting second as the designated hitter. .262 average, 5 home runs, 14 RBI, 1 stolen base. Jazz Chisholm playing third and patrolling center field with 2 home runs, 11 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .247. Josh Bell playing first and batting cleanup with a .187 average, 3 home runs, 9 RBI. Jesus Sanchez is in right field with 1 home run, 8 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .218. Tim Anderson is the shortstop with a .241 average, 4 RBI, 2 stolen bases. Gordon is in left field and batting seventh with 3 home runs, 12 RBI, batting .220. Brujan is at third base with an .087 average and 1 RBI. And Christian Bethancourt is behind home plate and batting ninth. He is 0 for 22 on the year. On the mound for the Miami Marlins, it is a bullpen game. Sixto Sanchez as the opener. He has 7 1/3 innings pitched, 8 hits allowed, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, a home run, a 1.5 whip, and an ERA of 6.14. On the bump for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronaldo Lopez Day. Raylo is 2-0 with a shiny 0.50 ERA. A whip of 0.94. 11 hits allowed in 18 innings pitched with 18 strikeouts and 6 walks. No home runs given up. Backing up Raylo in the field and going to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Leading off, it'll be Ronald Acuna Jr. He has 1 home run, 6 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .291. Batting second and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He's got a .315 average with 3 home runs, 11 RBI, and 5 stolen bases. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. Batting .253 with 2 home runs and 13 RBI. Matt Olson batting cleanup and playing first with 3 home runs, 13 RBI, batting .212. Batting fifth, your designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. He's got a .326 average, 9 home runs, 27 RBI. Batting sixth and playing short, it's Orlando Arcia. Orlando has 1 home run, 8 RBI, batting .317. Batting seventh and playing left, it's Jared Kelnick. He's got 3 RBI and a .319 average. Behind home plate and catching balls and strikes for your Atlanta Braves, it's Chadwick Tromp. He has a .250 average with 5 RBI. And batting ninth and playing second base for your Atlanta Braves, it's Luis Guillorme. Guillorme has 3 RBI and a .188 average. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Jonathan Parra. First base umpire is John Lipka. Second base will be manned by James Hoy, and down the third base line, it's Rob Drake. Game time temperatures are expected to be about 70 degrees tonight, falling into the mid-60s. Atlanta Braves are minus -270 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Braves are 16-6, 8-3 at home. Marlins 6-19 and 4-8 on the road. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Marlins, Game 3 of a 3-game set. Your Atlanta Braves have won the first 2 and have a chance for the sweep. Country Club family, warm up those chop arms and get your game face on, Braves Country. Grab those brooms.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Hope y'all are ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves as we are just about set. I'm going to get this. I think we figured out the bug on this, but we'll see what happens here to start off the game. We're a couple of minutes away from first pitch, so let's go ahead and get into roll call. Good evening, Braves Country, Country Club family. We've got GOAT tonight. Robert, David S., David Thomas, Gary, and Eli. If we've missed any of the Country Club family members, please jump into the chat and say hi. Let us know where you're listening from, Braves Country. We also have in the chat Marguerite, Butters, Jesse, Edward, Envy, Jesse, I think I already said that, Willis. Who else do we have here? Having to scroll through here as we get ready. Daniel. We've got, I think that's about it. If I'm missing anybody, go ahead and jump in there and tell us where you're listening from. Hussein, Mark. We have to kind of, it's hard to explain, but I'm doing it off a separate screen, so I always have to tilt my head. And I was like, we got to start doing this at the beginning of the game because it gets really wonky trying to do it in the bottom of the first. So good evening, Braves Country Club members. Your Atlanta Braves are in They're all home whites. Braves across the chest. White top to bottom. Blue ball cap. Red bill. White A. Braves across the chest with the red tomahawk, all outlined in navy. Stripes down the middle. Stripes down the side in red. Outlined in navy. On the back, numerals in red and outlined in navy. And their names are in navy on the back. Ronaldo Lopez is standing at the bump getting ready to fire the first pitch. And he's waiting for Luis Arias to dig in. A little bit of a delay. So they're looking out towards the outfield. I think there might have been some debris that got into the outfield. We'll have to get clarification on that later. But it looks like good evening, Levi. Good evening, Tree Fitty. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Ronaldo Lopez is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Paints the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup to start the night. The pitch right there at the knees. 95 coming in. Scorching hot. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Nobody on, nobody out, just getting underway here in Braves country. The 0-2 from Lopez, swung on, slapped a one hard hopper over to short. RC has got it, flips it over to first. The throw is off the bag. Olsen holds on to it. First base umpire John Lipka says he's out, so he's saying that he held the bag. We'll have to take another look here. The throw definitely called him off. I think he might have towed it. It's close. If we get his foot's still on that bag. His foot is still on that bag. And Schumacher says he does not want to challenge it. So 1 down. Exciting first play of the game already. The first pitch on the way to Jesus Sanchez, the designated hitter tonight, getting a break from field duty. Takes a hack at the first pitch. Fouled away. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down below the knees. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Try to get him to chase that slider off the edge. 2-1. From Ronaldo Lopez tonight, you'll see a four-seam fastball. He'll hit 95, 96 pretty consistently. The slider comes in around 84. He uses that about 25% of the time. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with that slider. It's 2-2. Four-seam, you'll see him use it about 60% of the time. And then the curve, he'll sprinkle in about 12% of the time, 77 miles an hour. And the change, every once in a while, to keep you honest, that comes in at about 85. The 2-2 pitch swung on, fouled down the line, well out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Lopez comes in with an unbelievable 0.5 ERA. The 2-2. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the slider. Chasing off the edge. 2 away. He went fishing off the end of that boat. He just didn't have a pole quite long enough. So 2 down quickly. And here comes Jazz Chisholm. Probably the biggest thorn in the Braves side when we see the Marlins all throughout the year. The first pitch to Jazz is a slider in the dirt. He looked like he went around. They're going to check down the third base side to third base umpire Rob Drake. He said he did go around. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Jazz coming in batting .247 with a 701 OPS. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Slider. Yanked the string on that like a yo-yo. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty-lefty. Standing on deck is Bell, but we hope to see him in the second inning. The 0-2 pitch from Raylo. Lets her go. Fastball misses high, 97. Well out of the zone. That was pitch out territory. 1-2. Please hit that like button. Let's get that sign chopped down as early as possible. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew it right by him. Engine number 9. 3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I just found out Gilligan's Island only ran for 3 seasons. I could swear I've seen 700 episodes of that show.
Watch with my chair!
Now, Chrysler's is repairing it, and they're gonna bring it right away.
Repairing it.
Yeah.
Somehow I get from that it got broke.
Why can't I get the hat?
You're really gonna spend $200 on a hat when you won't even spend $5 to get me a Coke at the gas station? If you buy that stupid hat, we are no longer together. So, is it the hat or is it me?
I got the hat. I'm single.
Hey, if I paid for your wax, you chilling with me until the hair grow back. Cause I paid to see that. Ain't nobody else paid for that but me. You gonna give me your keys and everything because I just got your basketball court shined. You ain't about to go play a one-on-one with nobody else right now. You staying here.
Mike Kelly was the trickiest player who ever handled a baseball. There was nothing he would not attempt. Baseball rules were never made for Kel.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back. First pitcher Ronald Acuna Jr. from Sixto Sanchez is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Sixto comes in with a 6.14 ERA. The 1-0 pitch swung on, slap foul down the third base line. Evens up the count 1-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. The 1-1 from Sixto. Slider misses outside. So a 2-1 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 miles an hour. Right up in Ronald's kitchen. 2-2. Sixto digs in. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Ball 3. 97 mile an hour sinker. Tried to get him to chase. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Down below the knees. Ball 4. So just like that, we got 1 on, nobody out to start the first inning. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Righty-lefty matchup. Michael Harris digs in. The first pitch, sinker, 93 out wide, down below the knees. 1-0. The 1-0. Harris comes in, batting .315 with an .829 OPS. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it, fouled it back, right off the mask of the hind catcher, Christian Bethencourt. Most of y'all will remember Bethencourt back in his earlier days with the Atlanta Braves. The 1-1 Runner goes, and that's going to be easy cheesy. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. rolling up to the second base. Ball squirts out of Betancourt's hands. He's unable to hold on to it. So one on second. It's a 1-2 count. The pitch. Outside wide. Tried to get him to chase an 87-mile-an-hour changeup. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Swing! And swats that foul down the left field line. Well out of play towards the upper deck. Hits the facade and drops into the area just below. A couple of happy fans. Guy caught it on the fly off the bounce. So a 2-2 count. Pitch, swing, and rattled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Ronald Acuna Jr. had to hold up. So no run is scored, but we do have runners on the corners and nobody out. Harris smoked that ball, and it was getting down in a hurry. Right fielder Sanchez really had no shot at making a play. Had to make sure the ball didn't get by him. Probably dropped in front of him by about 5 to 7 feet, so Acuna couldn't quite read it from there. Neither could Tui, our third base coach. The runners on the corners. Nobody out, and Austin Riley about time to get off that schneid. Sixto turns around to second for whatever reason, and he thought somebody was there, but that'll still count as a... Sixto thought that there was a runner on second, and what that's going to end up being is that's going to be a balk. He spun around, and because of his movement, we're calling it a balk, and the Braves lead it 1-0. Sixto was under the impression, I don't know if he thought Ronald was still on second. I figured that's who he's got to think it was. He didn't realize he went to third, or because he faked the throw, that's why that's being called a balk for people who are wondering. You can do a lot of things on that mound, but you cannot fake a throw. So 1-0 your score. Schumacher went out there to get clarification. A little brush up on the rule book. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a fastball. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. I don't think I've ever seen that, especially in Major League Baseball, for the pitcher to just lose sight of where the runners are. The 0-1 swung on and fouled back out of play. 97 outer edge. 0-2. On the balk, Acuna scores and Harris moves up to second. So Michael stands on second base. Nobody out. Riley at the plate. The 0-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike three. Riley. You got to swing at that. That was a fastball down the heart of the plate. I don't know if he was... I honestly can't tell you what he was thinking. He must have been sitting on the slider, and it just froze him. Not seeing the ball well, that's obvious. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 1, Marlins nothing. Harris on second. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Missed that slider. 0-2. You got an 0-2 count on Olson. Runner at second. The pitch. Down and away. 97 miles an hour. Sinker. 1-2. Couple of games already in the books today. Orioles over the Angels. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Will that stay in play? No, it will not. Ben's out of play near the third base dugout. We'll do it again. Baltimore beat the Angels 6-5. Held on. They won at one point, led 6-0. The 1-2 pitch swung on and swatted back foul. Again, we'll do it again. It's 1-2. The Cardinals and Kyle Gibson outdueled Jordan Montgomery and the Diamondbacks 5-1. Montgomery did pitch well. It was the bullpen that gave up most of the damage. The 1-2 pitch down and in, looked like that hit Olsen, and it did hit Olsen, and he'll head on down to first. Tried to sneak that slider again to chase it off his back foot, but it just kept going and going and going. It hit him in the right leg, right around the calf area. He appears to be okay. San Francisco Giants, we're going to have a pitching mound visit. The entire city of Miami is going to the mound to talk to Sixto. If you missed it, Mets clobber the Giants 8-2, but the big news on that, the free agent signing, Blake Snell, was pulled. I want to say the news broke around 1:15 Eastern that he was going on the IL for some kind of a shoulder injury. They were very nonspecific. So it led us to start wondering, is this a ghost IL to get him right, give him a chance to get back down on the farm and work out all the kinks? Or did they sign damaged goods? Stoudemire will head back to the dugout, talking to Sanchez, trying to calm him down. Runners on first and second. One out, and Marcell Ozuna stands in. Righty, the pitch. Swing, and that ball swatted in left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Michael Harris the second. Money Mike rounds the bases. He'll score in your Atlanta Braves. 2, Marlins, nothing. Bottom of the first. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. Didn't try to do too much with it. Just slapped it into left field. That's one man that is seeing the ball well, that's for sure. That reminds me, there was an article up the other day as the first pitch to Arcia swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. In this article, they were talking about the early MVP voting. The 0-1, outside wide, misses 1-1. Not talking about who they were projecting, talking about so far this year, these players have played well enough to get our votes. Let's vote on it. The 1-1, swung on, popped up, foul, back out of play, 1-2. Marcell Ozuna came in 7th on that list. Marcell Ozuna leads the major leagues in home runs and RBI, and he came in 7th on the list. Ronald Acuna Jr. was like 5th. And once again, this was not a projection of who they thought would win it. It was who they thought deserved it at this point. The 1-2 pitch swung on, comebacker to the mound, kind of handcuffed Sixto, so he goes straight to first for the easy out, 3-1 put out. Don't think he had much of a chance to turn that, not to mention Sixto may not know how many outs there are after we saw him spun around to second with no runner there. Looking back at the replay, yeah, I think it's because he just kind of juggled it and it handcuffed him. And as opposed to trying to rush a throw to second, he made the smart play and went to first. Can you imagine if he sails that thing out into center field? So 2-0 your score. Runners on second and third. He was shaking his hand, his left hand, his glove hand, after the play, but he seems to be all right. First pitch on the way to Jared Kelenic. It's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. You'd love to get a bleeder, a broken batter, seeing eye, Texas leaguer, whatever you want to call it, it would score both runs. The 1-0. Fastball. They're going to throw it down to third quickly. Bethencourt's trying to keep Olson. I think they're trying to catch him napping. He got the strike called. Olson, take a look at the dive. He's underneath it, but it was a lot closer than it normally would be. Olson kind of has a grin on his face like, well. I'm thinking Olson was cheating down the line in case of a wild pitch. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That'll be dribbled over to second. 4-3 put out will end the inning. But out for your Atlanta Braves. Put a couple on the board. One via the balk, one via Marcell Ozuna.
So there's a 99% chance I might end up on the watch list after this, but I don't give a damn. Look at this. So I found this missing dog. Don't worry, I'm going to return him. I'm not totally crazy. But he's going hiking with me first, and I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. It's been my dream to have a husky. Let me have my moment.
Gen X hotline, what do you want?
My kids are saying they're bored. What do I do?
Okay, kids are bored. Yes, okay, so tell them to go play in traffic.
But they're not allowed in the street.
Have a good day.
What? Armchair.
Look, I am a 10. I mean, I might be like 2 5s being held together by like and giggles and stuff, but I'm a 10. Perspective. Hello. Don't matter how you got to the 10, it's still 10.
Here's what you do, okay? When you're in a situation where you're going to say, let me talk to the brass to see where we are as a team. When you're getting paid $43 million, you better be Sandy Koufax. That's who you better be.
On the evening of May 24th, 1935, Larry McPhail, general manager of the Cincinnati Reds, arranged for President Franklin D. Roosevelt to push a button in the White House that lit up Crosley Field in Cincinnati for a game between the Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies. Although the Kansas City Monarchs had used portable lights for years, this was the first night game in Major League history. The other owners were appalled. They were sure no one would come. Then they saw the money McPhail was beginning to make.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronaldo Lopez will go back to work. Righty-lefty matchup with the cleanup hitter Josh Bell. 92 inside, misses the zone. 1-0. Braves 2, Marlins nothing. Top of the second inning. The pitch. Right down the pipe. 93. So a 1-1 count. Bell taking his timeout. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 94 up top. It's 1-2. Ronaldo Lopez at only 16 pitches, so he's doing well in that department so far. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and it grounds it over to first. Two-hopper into the glove of Olson. He'll hit Lopez on the run, who's covering first. 3-1 put out, one away. Atlanta Braves are off tomorrow and then back at it Friday night. We welcome in the Cleveland Guardians. Coming in today, had the best record in baseball. They're getting slapped around a little bit tonight. It's 5-0 in Boston so far. I mean, against Boston in Cleveland so far. First pitch on the way to Sanchez. It swung on. That ball's belted. And if you're in the chop house, duck! That thing's coming in. It ricocheted off the top facade in the chop house, and a fan caught it on the fly. 431 feet. Jesus Sanchez cuts the lead in half. It's 2-1. He just hung that one up, and Sanchez did not miss it. We've seen Sanchez hit some long balls before. A little too high up in the zone and just about even over the plate. So a 2-1, your score, and the first pitch on the way to Tim Anderson is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rocks and fires. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss off the edge slider, well out of the zone, couldn't lay off. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the gas on the outer edge. Third strikeout of the night for Ronaldo Lopez. The first pitch on the way, the left-handed bat of Gordon. Nick Gordon, the left fielder, batting .220. It's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on and swatted foul back behind him, 96 miles an hour. 0-2. Braves 2, Marlins 1. The pitch in the dirt, good take. 1-2. Lopez still just at 25 pitches. If he can get Gordon here, be well under the mark. The 1-2 in the dirt. Did he go around? They checked down the third base line and said he did not. 2-2. Third base umpire Rob Drake said he held up. Ball almost got him in the back foot, but the way he spun around, you never know if they're going to call it. I saw there was one today with the Mets. It was pretty funny. It's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will end the inning. Marlins get 1, but Mr. Lopez is rolling. 4 strikeouts.
I don't know which one of y'all need to hear this, but just because you got your taxes back don't mean you could call out of work. You need to take your ass to work. We grown. We got responsibilities. You could spend that money on whatever you want. Just take your ass to work.
Throughout baseball history, there's been a wide variety of colorful personalities. And then there's Joe Charbonneau. When he was younger, he made money participating in bare-knuckle fights. In his rookie season, he took the league by storm and won Rookie of the Year after batting .289 with 23 home runs and drove in 87. Stories about him both on and off the field are legendary. He never wasted money on bottle openers. He would just use his eye sockets to open the bottle. He was never one for doctors, once fixing his broken nose with pliers and stitching up a cut with fishing line. During a spring training game in Mexico, a random stranger attacked him with a pen. A song named after him called Go Joe Charbonneau reached number 4 on the 45s chart in Cleveland. As fast as his star rose, it quickly burned out after a series of back injuries limited him to just 70 games in his last 2 seasons.
He was comfortable hitting with 2 strikes. He was a good two-strike hitter. A lot of hitters aren't comfortable with 2 strikes, you know. Then they go into emergency mode. They don't want to strike out. That used to be the old mindset. Nowadays, as Pete said, they go up there hacking. That's a pitcher's dream, is a guy that...
Atlanta had 4 guys on their team last year struck over 150 times. Now, we all know Mike Trout. He struck out 184 times last year. He was MVP in the American League.
I will say that I've had thrills before, number of them.
Something like hitting a home run in Chicago that time. The Lord was with me when I called the shots. I can't go on forever. Somebody's got to take my shoes and take my place. But you can bet your sweet life that I won't play until I drop, but I'll play until I damn near drop. Thank you.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 2-1. Chadwick Tromp will lead us off. The first pitch was right there for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, and that ball is check swing, comebacker to the mound to Sixto. It goes off his glove or his foot, not sure which one, but it's going to end up being an infield single for Mr. Sanchez. Sixto's having himself a difficult night tonight. Looks like went off the front of his shoe. Limping a little bit, but it appears to be okay. First pitch on the way to Guillorme. It's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty, lefty, runner on first, nobody out. The 0-1 swing and swats it foul towards the third base dugout. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Guillorme, the number 9 hitter tonight, takes the 97-mile-an-hour fastball way off the edge. 1-2. Braves 2, Fish 1, the 1-2. Down below the knees, outer edge. Good take by Guillorme. They're trying to get him to roll that one over and double play type of ball. Evens up the count, though, 2-2. So a 2-2. Pitcher comes set, swing, and that ball's lifted foul down the left field line. Braves 2, Marlins 1, bottom of the second. If you're just joining us, Atlanta Braves scored 2 in the bottom of the first. As the 2-2, down below the knees, off the edge, 3-2, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. First one came via Ronald Acuna Jr. scoring on a balk. Acuna was on third. Harris on first, and Sixto, the pitcher, this is the 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, blew it right by him, 95 miles an hour on the outer edge, one away. Sixto spun around with runners on the corners and nobody out, and went to throw to second and realized nobody was there, so he was smart enough to hold the ball. But once you start that motion, you got to throw it. You got to throw it somewhere. And he faked the throw, and it was an automatic balk. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. On that balk, Harris moved to second, and then Mr. Ozuna knocked him in with a single to left, and that's what you've missed. The 1-0. Swung on, chopped over to third. It's going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. Acuna, once again, just not hitting the ball well. Swinging at the first thing he sees, and the pitchers are taking advantage.
I don't know which one of my coworkers need to hear this, but anything happening past 12 o'clock on Friday is definitely a Monday problem.
You know those nights where you just do not feel like drinking? Well, tonight's not one of those nights. We're getting cheers.
Today, we hop into our MLB time machine and talk about baseball first. On May 2nd, 1876, Ross Barnes hit the first home run in baseball history in the top of the fifth inning against Cincinnati pitcher Cherokee Fisher. On July 15th, 1876, St. Louis Brown stocking pitcher George Bradley would be the first to do something. He threw a no-hitter. On September 10th, 1881, Roger Connor did something that wouldn't be done again until Babe Ruth did it again in 1925. He hit the first walk-off grand slam. Paul Hines put his name in the history books for being the first Major League Baseball player to wear sunglasses on the field. He also had 2 other firsts. He was baseball's first Triple Crown, and he performed the game's first unassisted triple play. New York Giants player Mickey Welch made history on August 10th, 1889 when he pinch hit for his injured teammate Hank O'Day.
What do you guys want? Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese on a hard roll with a side order of fries, cheese and gravy, and a bowl of gravy on the side.
I'll have the same thing plus pancakes.
Chocolate milk?
You know it, honey.
And I'll make it two.
I'll have an egg white omelet made with very little oil, dry wheat toast, and grapefruit juice.
Oh, my God.
All right, here it comes.
You know, just placing an order like that gets you kicked out of the Army.
Now, if you put a construction helmet on that order, it could join the village people.
Down a flight of stairs for $4 million.
I'd do it for a $5 scratch-off and a bag of Doritos.
Over the years, the struggles of the Boston Red Sox would provide some of the most dramatic and heartbreaking action the game would ever see. And on October 21st, 1975, Fenway Park would witness the greatest game in World Series history, a game that rekindled the whole country's love of baseball.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Ronaldo Lopez to Rivera, the number 8 hitter. It's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 2, Marlins 1, the 1-0. Swing, and that ball's lifted to right field, going back on the track, leaping. The ball goes off the glove of Acuna. He'll get the ball back in, but it's going to be a leadoff double. That ball was scorched. And Acuna, he leaped for it, almost made that catch. That would have been a hell of a catch. Went off the heel of his glove as he leapt in the air. Manuel Rivera now stands on second. First pitch on the way is swung on and grounded over to up the middle, backhanded. Guillorme, what a great play. He had to backhand it up the middle, goes flat on his belly, leaps up, fires it over to first, and gets the runner by about a half step. His momentum was taking him towards center field, and he still had enough mustard on it. Great defensive play, but the runner on second does move to third. First pitch on the way from Arias is swatted towards left field, down and away, out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-lefty. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's knocked foul again. 0-2. Throwing a couple of sliders to him to start it off. Braves infield is in. So anything hit hard that's not an atom ball is going to get through. The 0-2. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line, but foul. 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. You're not really giving your infield much of a chance to make a defensive play when you throw 98. Any kind of contact's going to come firing back to them. They're not halfway in. They're all the way in. The 0-2. Trump sets up inside. Swing, and that ball's fisted. One hopper to Arcia. He'll fire it over to first. Didn't get a lot on it, so the runner had to stay right there at third, 2 away. The ball was hit low enough to drop in front of Arcia, but it had just enough air where the runner at third, even if they wanted to go, there was a threat of that ball being caught and being doubled up, so he had to hold. First pitch to De La Cruz is a slider on the outer edge. 1-0. The other run, if you're just joining us, that was been scored so far, it was a moonshot by the number 5 hitter, Jesus Sanchez, into the chop house. The 1-0. Looked like he grabbed the zone but didn't get the call. I haven't seen Ronaldo Lopez show a lot of emotion there, but you can tell he was not happy with that one. The 2-0 from Lopez. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one, 2-1. Raylo comes set. Swing and a miss. In the dirt. Slider 2-2. So a 2-2 count. He has not been able to pick up that slider in either one of these at-bats. You wonder if they'll just go back to that pitch one more time. Braves 2. Marlins 1. Top of the third. Runner at third. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That ball is slapped right to Arcia. An atom ball, and that'll end the inning. They put one on but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hey, I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you owe me money saying I ain't forgot about you, it's not a form of payment.
Let's be realistic. It's about value.
Yeah, and your value is low.
Oh, wow. And how do you know that? You're not
Because
sure
you're 5'4" and 200 pounds.
Okay.
And 37 years old with 2 kids. That's how I know. In Kentucky.
Okay. That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion.
You never seen my body before, so you.
I don't have to see your body. I know you're 5'4" and almost 200 pounds with 2 kids in Kentucky.
Armchair.
Is this our vacation?
Yeah.
Oh. Are we trash?
Kinda.
Oh.
I was talking to this girl and she said, you know what, I call my the lotto because guys are lucky to hit it. And I turned around and looked at her and I said, I thought you called it that because you're always scratching it.
Great is baseball, the national tonic, the reviver of hope, the restorer of confidence. The Sporting News.
The idea of a baseball game on a sunny spring or summer day is the spontaneity of going. Let's go to the park, you say, at 2 o'clock when the game were played at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go to the bleachers. And you go and you get a ticket and you sit down. You hadn't thought about it in the morning, but if you were free, you say, for one reason or another. And it was the spontaneity of it. And sitting there in the sunshine and watching experts, good, skilled craftsmen, ply their trade.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris's second is way outside wide. Slider misses. It's 1-0. Harris 1 for 1, scored on the Marcell Ozuna single. The 1-0 to Harris, swung on. That ball is slapped into left field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. And Michael Harris II has his second hit of the night. 2 for 2 with 2 singles. How about that? Pick to click, and he's clicked. This thing every time he gets a base hit where he flips the bat, which I don't really care about that anymore. Like, those days are long gone where people cared about that and you're going to start a brouhaha. I just hope he doesn't end up tripping over that bat one time. Austin Riley comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch and swats it. I think he got it off his foot or his knee. He's limping around. I think he's okay. It's 0-1. Saw the comment about Acuna running it out. He's been told numerous times by the coaching staff and the training staff to basically take it easy. And they don't want him popping a hamstring trying to bust out a... If he thinks he can beat it, he goes. But other than that, I know it's not what we want to see because we all grew up being told to bust it down the line. But that's what these guys are being told. And he especially because of his knee problems. First pitch on the way to Riley. Down and away for a ball. The 0-1, it's now 1-1. And I have that same reaction in my head when I first see it, but then I always remember that Snicker and company have been asked several times about it, is the 1-1 off the plate wide 2-1. Now, if you remember years ago, when he first came up, he was benched for not running down the line. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't if you're him. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's fisted foul down the line, out of play, over the first base dugout side, 2-2. So a 2-2. Michael on first. Nobody out the pitch. Swing! That ball swatted foul. We'll do it again. Wasn't sure how long Sixto would go in this game. He's at 47 pitches. Looks like they're trying to stretch him out to put him in the rotation eventually, which makes a lot of sense. Even though he has struggled since his injury, they are really decimated by injuries in that rotation. The 2-2, off the plate wide, 3-2. We miss Edward Cabrera on this trip. He just came back off the IL, and for folks who don't follow, Yuri Perez is done with Tommy John surgery. He was their ace. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Michael Harris II is going to be a victim of strike him out, throw him out, double play. Love to hear later in the post game if that was a play they put on. Sometimes managers, especially old school managers like Snit, will put a hit and run on with a guy struggling to try to get him out of that funk. First pitch upstairs to Olsen is taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and swatted foul down the line. 0-2. Biggest difference with that is that nowadays they don't do a lot of hit and run with the Braves. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. Bobby Cox used to do a lot of hit and run. Even Freddie Gonzalez, he used to do it as well, but you don't see it a lot anymore. All their analytics tell them not to do it. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. It was probably not a hit and run. It was probably Michael going on the 2 strikes, assuming that there was going to be an off speed. Instead, the fastball came in. The 1-2 just got a piece of it. We'll do it again. But on that note, I wouldn't mind to see more hit and run, especially with guys who are struggling, because you take the think part out of it, and they're just reacting. They're just trying to make contact. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fisted foul. Doesn't get any easier for these struggling batters for the Atlanta Braves. Cleveland's got one of the best staffs in baseball, and they come into Atlanta this weekend. Then we go to Seattle, who was built off of pitching as well. The 1-2, down and in, 2-2. Oddly enough, hey, good to see you, D and Yelton. Oddly enough, the weakest pitching they're going to face over the next 10 days is the 2-2 is fouled off the instep. We'll do it again. They head to Los Angeles to play the Dodgers. The Dodgers have been coming up a ton of runs this year. The 2-2 on the way to Olsen. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep down the left field line, but plenty foul into the second deck. Braves 2, Marlins 1, bottom of the third. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard into right field, and it's going to get past Jesus Sanchez. There goes Matt Olson. And he absolutely will probably get credited, strangely enough, with the double, because I don't believe Sanchez touched the ball. Now, they used to matter. They assumed that you were going would be a single and an error. But with nobody on and no other runners advancing, nowadays they tend to give him the single, the double instead. Sixto's getting visited once again by his skipper, and that will be the pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake? Drake is good.
I told you the Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
Now I want to ask you about, wouldn't you rather have this name spelled G-O-O-S-H, the phonetic spelling, rather than all the S's, W's, and Z's?
Gives him some character, though.
G-W-O-S-D-Z is the spelling, but it's pronounced Goosh.
Well, his nickname is iChart, and you can understand that. It's about 72 points on the Scrabble board.
Well, then he ought to make a great umpire when he retires as a player. It's a bit low. Goosh, he's been around. I remember that name with other teams. He's been with Walla Walla, Reno, Amarillo, Hawaii, and San Diego. That even's a count, a ball, and a strike.
Did you go to many games in Walla Walla?
I like the name of it. It's one of my favorite towns. Do you know what Walla Walla spelled backwards sounds like? Allah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I learned something every day working with you.
How'd we get started on this silly stuff?
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And
don't use your toothbrush.
For limited time, introducing
I'm
any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Pitching change, and it'll be the right-hander Smith coming in to face Marcell Ozuna. Misses the first pitch up and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, righty, kicks and fires, swing and a miss. 95. Man, is he bringing it. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Birch Smith, we saw him earlier in the series. He's got a 4.22 ERA with 10 2/3 innings pitched so far. The 1-1 pitch swung on, that ball slapped into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And here he comes, rounding third, and the Ice House crosses the plate. 3-1 your score. There goes that man again. The guy that MLB.com says isn't in the top 5 in the National League of MVP voting right now gets himself another RBI, league leading. I believe that's the 30th. Matt Olson comes in to score. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Orlando, good pitch. Nasty curveball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on, and that ball is lifted high, but not quite deep enough into center field. Jazz makes the catch and then almost trips over his own feet. He got his balance. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead at 3-1.
I was in the pool! I was in the pool! Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, please stay in Tallahassee. Them Gator fans used to choke and clown when Florida State would come to town, but they stopped laughing thanks to Bobby B.
There are quite a few people here whose lives have somewhat changed overnight. They have blown up. They've got brand deals and money just being thrown at them left and right. And with that success, oftentimes they are accused of changing and selling out. And I want to be very clear about the type of person I am and will always be, because if and when that day comes, I want people to know that it has always been my goal to sell out, and you won't be able to talk to me, peasant. Anyway, still don't have a job. Armchair.
That is a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Yes. Now, does your Dave & Buster's card work at any other similar establishments, like, say, TGI Fridays? Mine does not. No, it does not. Believe me, I've tried it. Several locations. Okay, well, yeah, because if you recall, I've actually been with you on many of those occasions where you've tried. Right.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams. And Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
We're just 4 away from hitting that like mark. Go ahead and smash that like button. Let's get that sign down. I was off by 1. That was Marcell Ozuna's 29th RBI. It's still league leading. 9 home runs, OPS up over 1,000, and yet he's not in the MLB.com top 5. First pitch on the way to Jazz is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty lefty. Lopez comes set and lets her go. Just off the plate wide. 2-0. It's kind of funny. We've gotten to the point now where when something happens with is the 2-0 pitch, outside wide, ball 3-0. When Ronaldo Lopez gives up a run, we're like, man, what is wrong with him? The 3-0 pitch, ball 4, and that'll start the inning off not the way you want it going. 1 on, nobody out. So that'll bring Josh Bell. Before it does that, they're going to have a pickoff throw. Jazz is heading down to second. He's headed on down, and he gets tagged by Arcia. They got him, and they want to. Schumacher and the Marlins want to take a look at this. It's a really close play. Looking at the replay, the second angle, looks like he beat him. And once again, I don't know why they're not doing this. When we first got instant replay, all of your infielders were holding tags, knowing that if a guy comes up off the base just a little bit, they're going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you held the tag when his hand comes off. But now you're just seeing the quick swipe. So when he does pop up and his hand does leave the base for a split second, Arcia had already moved the glove. I would think this is going to get overturned. And it is. So Jazz Chisholm gets his 5th stolen base of the year. For the pitch on the way to Josh Bell is a swing and a miss strike right up in his kitchen. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down below the knees. 1-1. Jazz stands on second, nobody out. The pitch. Misses down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty, lefty. Swung on, that ball's chopped over to second. It's a slow roller, so Jazz Chisholm will easily make it down to second. 4-3 on the putout, one away. Ronaldo Lopez gave up a home run to Jesus Sanchez his first time up, and that's who's stepping to the plate. The first pitch to Sanchez is a four-seam fastball. Out and away, it's 1-0. Speed at third, the 1-0 pitch. Slider misses wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Lopez fires one, checks, swing is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. They said he didn't go around. 3-0. That looked like a strike either way. The 3-0 to Sanchez, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So Jesus will head down to first. Now you got runners on the corners, 1 out. Braves 3, Marlins 1. Chadwick's going to go out there and talk to Ronaldo real quick. Give him a chance to catch his breath. Tim Anderson coming to the plate. While that's going on, we hit the 100 like mark, so let's go ahead and get that sign down. Runners on the corners. 1 out. If you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and smash it. Get that number up. Brings more people into the stream because people are talking. We'll get some Marlins fans in here to give them a hard time. Runners on the corners. 1 out. Righty with Anderson at the plate. The first pitch is a nasty slider. They check down the line, and you can tell Lopez is getting a little irritated. They did give him the strike. It's 0-1. Looked like he hit the zone on that one as well. The 0-1. Rocks and fire swing, and that ball's hit right up the middle. It's going to be a 4-6-3 inning-ending, rally-killing double play. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Just what the doctor ordered from Raylo.
You play to win the game.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
When we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
We're never going to make it to the World Series ever again.
We're never going to make it now. That's not fair.
I hate the damn Dodgers. Freddie Pippen can burn in hell. Same with Mookie Betts and Clayton Kershaw.
Armchair.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormon. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Welcome back. Here comes Jerry Kelnick. He takes the first pitch and slaps it into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. A screamer over the head of the second baseman, Arias. We got one on, nobody out. Biggest things I hate about a bullpen game, the pitching changes. Pitching coach is already at the top of the steps, so we'll see how long Smith goes. He's got 6 pitches in, but because he pitched last inning, he can dip out at any time. First pitch on the way to Trump. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Smith steps off the mound for a second. One of the rules that has been discussed the most and experimented with is the 1-0 pitch. Cutter misses down and away, 2-0. And has been experimented with down in the minor leagues. I think I'm kind of a fan of it. They've been doing it for a couple of years now, the 2-0. Inside ball 3-0. And I don't know what they call the rule per se, because every league is given its own name, but we'll just call it the pinch hit DH rule is the 3-0. Up and in, ball 4, and that'll send runners on first and second. Nobody out. Yorme coming to the plate. So the idea of the rule is you have a designated hitter on your team as long as your starting pitcher is in the lineup. Once your starting pitcher leaves, the relief pitcher has to bat. First pitch on the way to Guillorme's, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0, which means not only do you lose that designated hitter, but then the chess game of the old National League would come back in the late innings where pinch hitting, should I pinch hit? Should I not pinch it? Should I pull this guy? Should I not pull that guy? Righty-lefty matchup, the 1-0 pitch. Guillorme drops a bunt down, and it kicks foul out in front of home plate, 1-1. They've been doing this a little bit in the minor leagues. It's catching a little momentum, but I really like the idea because I was always a fan of the National League. Didn't like the designated hitter coming in. So in theory, you get you get rid of the designated hitter rule because you only have it as long as your starting pitcher's in the game. The 1-1, pitch misses low, and throw goes back up to second base. Kelnick almost got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Got back in time. The 2-1. Pitch up and in. Did he go around? They checked down the third base line. Rob Drake says he did. That's a bad call. 2-2. The 2-2. Yeah, the Ohtani's already been discussed as a part of that rule. The 2-2, up high, ball 3, 3-2. In that scenario, you would be allowed to slide Ohtani into the designated hitter spot. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit up the middle. It's going to be a 4-3 double play. Guillorme, who does not run well at all, Arias had plenty of time to run up and tag the bag and do it himself. Anderson was converging. It probably would have been an easier play if he flips it to Anderson. But what's funny about it is Arias's momentum carried him towards Anderson. Anderson was trying to get out of the way, and he almost got a right hook almost as hard as the one that Jose Ramirez landed on him. First pitch on the way to Acuna is a cutter right there for a strike. It's 0-1. So basically what you would be doing is you'd be going back to the old rule of no DH until your starting pitcher. The 0-1 fouled away, it's 0-2. Mainly, an American League fan's going to hate it, a National League fan's going to love it because it would bring back all the. And the other part of that rule is they would give you an extra player on your bench that would be a hitter. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Acuna struggles continue. Braves lead it 3-1. We head to the top of the 5th.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
We used to poor, we little kids, or Mom a lot of times wouldn't have nothing to cook for supper, and she'd set us all down at the table and read the recipe to us. We had a little brother that was hard of hearing, and he almost starved to death.
She'd line us all up, feed us breakfast, feed us cereal, and make us eat it with a fork so we could pass the milk down to the next one.
I'm at work. What do you want? I need you. Okay, what do you need? Missed call. I said I'm at work. Missed call. I can't call right now. Missed call. Missed call. Missed call. Missed call. Pick up the phone. Text me what you need. Answer! Do you know where the peanut butter is? That's all you wanted to ask me?
Armchair.
People in Pittsburgh actually eat pizza where the crust is cooked and the toppings are put on cold. So to answer your question, yes, Pittsburgh is as bad as it sounds. But let me ask y'all a question. What in the lungeable snack time pizza is going on here? Because if this is true, then I'm just never going to Pittsburgh.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it, baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Lopez to Gordon is up high and outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on, chop foul. Back behind home plate, 1-1. See a lot of the comments in the chat, and the funny thing is I was where we all were when I first heard the rule. And then, as the 1-1 swing and a miss, slider nowhere near the zone. Lopez decided to swing at that ball right around Monday morning. He's like, if I get a 1-1 from Lopez, I'm hacking at it. That was nowhere near the zone. So a 1-2 pitch. Kicks and fires, swung on and grounded up the middle. A 3 hopper that RC has got to hurry. Fires it across the diamond. 1 away. So, but just like a lot of y'all, once it sinks in, you're like, wait a minute, I think I like that rule. Now, here's the reason why they're thinking about doing the rule. There's a couple of reasons, but the main one is they worried about, and you don't see it as much anymore, so that's why it may lose momentum, but they worried about all these bullpen games. First pitch on the way to Rivera is down below the knees, misses, 1-0. Rivera 1-for-1 with the double in the third. And the idea is that your starting pitcher is the 1-0 pitch, swung on, grounded hard over to short. Arcia's got it again. The vacuum flips it over to first, 2 away. But there's a real concern that if you start going to all these bullpen games like the Rays and the Brewers, and we know that the Braves have had their share as well, but the ones that are actually building a strategy around it. Fans don't want to go out to watch a bullpen game. They want to go see the stars pitch. First pitch on the way to Bethencourt is a swing and a miss strike at the top of the zone. 95, it's 0-1. If you're in New York and you're walking around and you're like, hey, do you want to go catch the game tonight? Is the 0-1. Swing and fouls it straight back. 1-1. And you can go see Garrett Cole, when healthy, on the mound versus Corbin Burns. Is the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again. On a Tuesday night, or you're going to go watch a bullpen game between the Mets and the Marlins, well, you're obviously going to go for the first option. Is the 0-2 is in the dirt, 1-2. Even if you're a Mets fan, you don't want to go sit through a bullpen game. So that's the main reasoning for it, and they believe that the union would agree to it because you would extend the roster by one player, and so it adds another job. The only concern is the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Finish that thought. We come back on why they don't want to do the DH pinch hitter rule.
Hey, you want a beer?
It's a little early for that, ain't it?
Too early for a beer?
No, for stupid questions. Of course I want a beer.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
Good call on going to YEG Exotic, brah. This place slaps.
Dad, don't embarrass me.
How's it going, sir?
Good, how about you, man?
Good. I'm wondering if you could help us. My daughter is low-key looking for some bussin' soda pop. No cap.
Dad!
This morning, I had a craving for Chipotle, so that's where I went for lunch. And the young man working the counter, he was so polite. Perhaps a little too polite, because he called me ma'am. He called me ma'am not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. And if he did it one more time, I was going to reach across the counter, put his bling on a stick, and I was going to bubble wrap his heart and FedEx it to his mama. But of course, I did not do that, because I am a lady, and that would violate my parole.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Braves 3, Marlins 1. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Brian Hoeing is going to be the pitcher. Another pitching change. The main reason why there's concern about the rule, because I see the comment about not wanting to reverse the DH, the players union. Well, that's why you're going to get an extra job out of it. So that's number 1. Number 2, and this is the big one, is the first pitch on the way to Michael Harris II is a swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-1. When you start thinking about the pitchers and all the arm issues they've had, in a perfect world, a manager would do the right thing, the smart thing, pull his guy, and just deal with pinch hitters the rest of the way. But what about that manager that leaves his starting pitcher out there a little too long because he wants to keep the DH for the next inning? Is the 1-1 swung on, hit hard on the ground, backhanded by Arias, jumps up, throws Mighty Mike out by about a step. Another hard hit ball by Harris, 1 down. Good defensive play by Arias. I've never known him to be a very good defensive player, but he's made some pretty good plays in this series. He's had a couple of bobbles, but all in all, pretty solid defensive play over there by him. But the biggest concern as the first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, chopped foul down the line. 0-2. You leave that pitcher in to get the extra at bat, and then you end up blowing his arm out. So the 0-2 count to Riley, one down, nobody on. The pitch swung on, another soft grounder over to short. Harris has plenty of time. He'll get Riley by a few steps. 6-3 put out, 2 away. So 2 down. Matt Olson steps in. First pitch. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Well, the numbers never lie, John, and they would argue with you because they've shown that the bullpen games, especially for the home team, is the 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. There's a decrease in attendance, and that's, someone put it up there a second ago about the $18 beers. That's the name of the game. The 1-1, righty-lefty, and numbers never lie, and that's what they look at. The pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Yes, diehards are going to watch it, but they're not referring to the diehards. They're talking about the average fan who wants to go see a starting pitcher showdown. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the 6th. Braves lead it 3-1.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
People say that, oh, you want to be different so bad, you want to be different so bad. No. I would much rather fit in and be liked. But there's something wrong with me psychologically.
Nice to meet you, Meg.
Wow, you've got a great voice. Would you record my outgoing voicemail message?
I'd be happy to.
And could you make it sound like one of your truck commercials?
If you're looking for something rugged, something durable, something with an endless supply of gas and a tailgate made for dumping, then you must be looking for Meg. Meg might not be much to look at, but with 2 different shape airbags, Meg is one ride you won't mind taking out to the middle of nowhere and giving it your all. She's road ready and road hard. Kindly leave your go-by and Roman numerals at the sound of the chow bell.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some...
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's Select School. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime, or so the legend has it. Abner Doubleday really was a distinguished soldier, but he was at West Point, not Cooperstown, that summer. Never claimed to have had anything to do with baseball, may never have even seen a professional game.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Lopez to Arias, the top of the order. Is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. We did put a poll up there to see where everybody's thoughts are as the 1-0 pitch swung on, knocked into right field for a base hit. Basically, if you want to keep it the way it is and you love the DH, then you vote no. If you want to see the strategy put back in the game, then you vote yes. I've already said my piece. I'm selfishly pulling for them to employ this rule just because I miss the National League game. Not that I don't still love baseball, Major League Baseball, but I do miss the National League game, the strategy. First pitch on the way to Brian De La Cruz. Just grabs the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away, 97 miles an hour, 1-1. I do wonder what my thoughts would be if Atlanta had always been in the American League growing up, and we always had a DH. Would I care? But the 1-1 pitch swung on, swatted foul back behind home plate. But I do remember growing up when you get the Superstation. Obviously, we all had TBS, but we also had WGN. And you would get Cubs games and you would get White Sox games. And I would watch Cubs games. You could not get me to watch a White Sox game. The 1-2 fouled back again. Brian De La Cruz 0 for 2 on the day. A 1-2 count. Runner on first, no outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Lopez. 1 away. So 1 down, 1 on. Arias at first. The pitch. Curveball misses outside wide. 1-0. And it had nothing to do with because I was paying attention to the standings of where the Cubs, they beat this team or that team. And then you couldn't get me to watch an American League game growing up as a kid. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 2-0. As I got older, I started appreciating it more. And I'm sure some of it had to do with fantasy baseball. You start paying attention to both leagues. But up until about, I don't know, late 90s, I didn't watch American League Baseball much unless for some reason it was the only thing on or it was in the playoffs. The 1-1. The pitch from Lopez in the dirt. Good snag by Trump. He didn't have time to slide over there and block it. He just kind of snaked it on the 1-hop. Ball was in the batter's box of the right-hand hitter. A 2-1 count to the left-hander, Chisholm. Runner on first, 1 out. Braves lead by just 2. The 2-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. 84-mile-an-hour slider. Evens up the count 2-2. The 2-2. Time is called. Back to the action. The 2-2 from Lopez. Swung on, hit up the middle. Arcia's got it. Fires it over to first. And another 6-3 inning-ending double play. Jazz Chisholm slaps his hands. He can't believe it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You won't let me draft the players I want to play. It's fantasy football, so the Hulk should be able to be on the team.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
So I am Gen X, and my retirement plan is to pass away. So I'm not sure how many other Gen X people have that as their retirement goal, but I know that I will be working one day and fall over dead, and that's how it goes.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. I picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. At first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, you know, keep your shoulder in there, don't bail out, it's not going to hurt you, you know, and that's what I remember.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna steps to the plate. The slight delay. We're back at it, hoeing 10 pitches into the night. The first pitch on the way to Marcell. This is up high, 94-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's popped up high down the right field line, giving Chase's Bell. He's on his horse, just going to run out of room. Hits on the side of the wall, deep into right field foul territory. Appreciate everybody hitting that like button tonight. Looks like we're up around 130 something last time I saw. Braves 3, Marlins 1, bottom 6, righty-righty. The pitch. Swing, and that ball pounded, but foul down the third base line. The ball boy is sitting down there. He's going to be a little shell-shocked. He's had a few of them swatted down there. He's got a big grin. He had to get out of the way. He's like, man, this is the best place to take a nap. You keep waking me up. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away. Slider misses. 2-2. Braves 3, Marlins 1, bottom of the 6th inning. Ozuna digs in. Swing! And that ball's popped back foul, four-seam fastball on the outer edge. Hoeing comes set, the 16th pitch of the night for Hoeing. The pitch. Down and away, 3-2. Cincinnati leads Philadelphia 5-3 in the 6th. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. The 3-2 pitch from Hoeing. Here comes the payoff. Swing, and that ball is slapped towards left field. Just going to die in the glove of Gordon. One away. Very similar to the swing that he had that scored the run in the first inning. This one just got a little too much air on it. So that'll bring Orlando to the plate. Arcia takes the first pitch outside. White's a slider that misses. 1-0. I'd like to get some insurance run here, especially with this at the top of the order. The 1-0. Down and away. 2-0. You got Kelenic on deck. In theory, the top of the order could come around two more times. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to third. Easy play. 5-3 put out. 2 down. So Jared Kelenic will come to the plate. I see some folks saying that the hammer and TBS were the main. I think that's a very common answer why the Braves are most Braves fans' favorite team that aren't from the Atlanta area. First pitch to Kelenic is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, chopped foul down the first base line towards the dugout. 0-2. Me personally, it was because of the Superstation, because I could watch them anywhere. And it was a team that you could follow. And I traveled a lot with my family as a kid. And then after I grew up, I lived all over. But you could follow the Braves anywhere. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, slapped back foul. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, I remember being in misery when they came out with that Peachtree TV when there was only like 35 games a year was on that. Is the 0-2 down in the dirt, 1-2. And I was working at a restaurant in Tennessee, and we found a bar, a sports bar that had Peachtree TV. So me and a couple of my buddies, every night that those games were on Peachtree, we found a way to get up there. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. And those weren't particularly the best teams that they had when we were going up there, but we just couldn't miss the Braves. The 2-2, righty lefty, Kelenic trying to get on, Chadwick Tromp on deck. The pitch in the dirt, ball 3. I think I've told this story before, but I met a guy, I don't know, 5-6 years ago in the state of Florida, was running a restaurant, and the guy told me that it's the 3-2 pitch, swung on, chopped over to first. Bell's got it. He'll flip it over, hoeing, covering, and it's a 3-1 put out to end the inning. We'll head to the top of the 7th, finish that thought when we come back.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Basketball players want to be football players, and football players want to be basketball players, and we all want to play baseball.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Okay, if you were in the 20s, in the 80s, how did you get your hair to stay? Okay, because I am spraying. I am really spraying, and I am teasing. But in 20 minutes, this is going to be gone. How did you do it? Because that was up here. And as far as I'm concerned, it was there all day. So if you know, please let me know, because I'm trying to recreate your look. And I don't know how to do it, okay? Because I was born in 1999. Thank you so much. Love you. Bye.
The ref wants to fight. See him? He's like, fight
it's
me.
Offsides.
Right, they're on his side. He's like...
No, he's calling offsides.
Oh. I didn't know.
No, it's a false start.
Oh, false start. Same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Oh, okay. Look, power to the people.
4th down.
Oh, 4th down. I mean, that's 4th down.
Yeah, that's 4th down.
Illegal hair pull.
Illegal substitution.
Nose punch.
Face mask.
Illegal leg stretch. You can't stretch.
Roughing the kicker. Do you even watch football?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Look, he's so mad he just kicked the ball.
It's a field goal.
Ref's like, why'd you kick the ball? If I was the ref, I'd probably go talk to him. I'd probably be like, you can't just be kicking the ball because you're mad.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves three, Marlins 1. The first pitch to Josh Bell is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss over the top. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Not sure what was going on with Jazz Chisholm in between innings, but he had a heated argument with one of the field umpires. As the 1-1s hit sky high, that'll bring rain, but it won't get very far. Well before the warning track, Money Michael make the catch, 1 away. One down, and Jesus Sanchez steps in. Sanchez takes a hack at the first pitch. Curveball knocks it out of play. Third base side, it's 0-1. Sanchez, a solo shot. The one run for the Marlins so far, and it was a bomb. The 0-1 pitch swung on, chopped over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out, 2 away. While we're talking about all this other stuff, Ronaldo Lopez pitching another gem. He's gone 6 2/3 so far. He's only at 80 pitches. Could we get back-to-back complete games? Wouldn't that be something? So that's the story of the guy that I was talking about that came into the restaurant that I ran. We got talking one night over beer, and he was from the West Coast. Is the first pitch on the way, 95 right at the knees. Good pitch by Lopez. Tim Anderson, it's 0-1. He was from the San Francisco area in Oakland. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted high into right field. That was a quick inning. I won't finish it here either. We'll be back in a flash. I'll see if I can finish that story by maybe sometime Tuesday morning.
I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to start the bottom of the 7th inning. Andrew Nardi to Chadwick Tromp right there for upstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 flips a slider in there on the outer edge, 1-1. Andrew Nardi, 1.97 whip and a 9.31 ERA. But don't let that fool you. He had a couple of disastrous outings, but other than that, it's been pretty good. When he's on, he's nasty. When he's not, when that slider's not hitting where he wants it to hit, that's what's gotten him tagged. The 1-2. The pitch. Swing! Pops it up. High in the sky. 1-2. John, I worked on it all off season to answer you. I still continue to try to add them as I go, but they're very time consuming. Is the 1-2 pitch. Inside 2-2. So when the season gets going, I'm pretty much a one-man show, so I have to do it all by myself essentially. And when the season gets going, it's really difficult. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 away. My goal was I hit my goal in the offseason, which was 400, and we continue to add to them. So the goal was to not have you hear the same one twice in the same month. And that's essentially where we're at. First pitch on the way to Guillorme is upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. I thought maybe they would pinch hit here with Guillorme, but I guess they want to save that for later in the game. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's sliced foul and out of play, 1-2. I would tend to think that if this were a tie game or we were trailing, you'd probably see a right-handed bat in here right now, but with the 2-run lead, Guillorme plays pretty good defense as we've seen. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. The good thing is if you've got David Fletcher in the game playing second, you don't lose a whole heck of a lot at defense. In fact, he's got better range, but Guillorme tends to be a slicker glove. The 4-seam fastball is swung on and swatted foul back out of play, 2-2. So trying to get back to the end of that thought. The guy that was living out there on the West Coast, so he's right next to the Giants and the A's his whole life as a kid, is the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 2 down. I better hurry this up. He then spent the majority of his adult life living in Chicago and New York. So you see where this story's going. I had to finally ask him. I'd say today he's probably in his 70s. So this was like, he was mid to late 60s when we were having this conversation. And I finally had to ask him, I was like, why in the hell are you a Braves fan? First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is a fastball up top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. And I told him, I said, I don't blame you, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. Love the Braves, and anytime we have an extra another fan, that's great. But I was just curious if it was a player, if it, because he would have been around the time of Hank Aaron, obviously. Playing balls, the 1-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, and just going to get out of play, 1-2. He lived in those cities, but the majority of his adult life, he was a traveling salesman. And he went from city to city, town to town. But he said the one thing he knew is at the end of a day's work, he could go into his hotel. He always made sure that the TBS was carried at his hotel and turn on the Braves. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. Braves 3, Marlins 1. Acuna trying to get him off the schneid, the 2-2. Inside, 3-2. Nardi was walking towards the dugout. He thought he got him. It looked like that he missed inside, but the fact that Nardi didn't even wait to see if there was a kind of showing up the ump, be honest with you. The 3-2 pitch, caught looking. Whoa! Whoa! Acuna will go down to first. I'm going to tell you right now, that's an old school ump move right there. I'm Jonathan Parra's bio. That is something an old school ump. strike called. First pitch on the way to Harris is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. You'll see that hit the internet and everyone will be complaining about it, but it came from Nardi showing up the ump on the previous pitch. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Whether you like it or not, that was the old school mentality. Don't show me up because I'm going to make your life miserable. So the 1-1 to Harris, lefty. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2. That pitch, for those of y'all listening on radio, the ball forward to Acuna, it was right down the middle. It wasn't too high. It wasn't too to the right or the left. It was a strike. He's been calling much higher pitches all night long. That was definitely a go-get-'em moment. The 1-2 pitch, chips it foul. Wait a minute, what? I thought that ball hit the ground. Did he foul tip it into his glove? I don't think he did. I got to see the... Did it go off his foot and he caught it? Is that what happened? I don't think it did. It looked like it hit the ground, then hit his foot, then ricocheted, made the catch. Yeah, it hit the ground. Bethancourt. I'm starting to see now why Bethancourt can't hit a lick. His eyesight's terrible. That plays right in front of him. It hit the ground and then hit his foot and ricocheted up. And if Brian Snitker doesn't challenge this, it's a bad job by Snitker. We'll be back in a flash. We'll see if he someone did wake him up. He did go talk to the umpires. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We have a 3-1 lead. We head to the 8th inning. They already gave the handshakes to Ronaldo Lopez. He's gone, and here comes Joe Jimenez. JJ flips the first pitch. It's scorched on the ground, but right at Guillorme. 4-3 put out, one away. That wasn't a called strike. He could have challenged that, and I don't know if the umpires told him that he couldn't have or not, but I double-checked the rule book during the break. He could have challenged that call. That ball definitely hit the ground. And to top it off, the home plate umpire did not call it that way. He was coaxed into it. As the first pitch on the way, Manuel Rivera's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Rivera 1 for 2 with the double. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Slider off the edge, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty. The pitch. Just misses the outer edge. 1-2. I don't know how he held up. 1-2 count. Rivera, the number 8 hitter. The pitch swung on, and that ball is laced over to short. A leaping grab by Arcia. Lands on the left field, very shallow left field grass, just past shortstop. It's L6 in your scorecard, 2 away. We've had great defense this entire series. So that'll bring the number 9 hitter to the plate, Bethancourt. He's now 0 for 24 for the year, the hind catcher. The 0-1. Right there, just past the knees, 1-1. Yeah, we've talked about it before. That's the one thing that I really dislike about Snitker. All in all, he's a good manager. I get that. But there's just no passion when you need it. The 1-1 swung on, foul back out of play, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Joe Jimenez kicks and fires, swing and a miss, strike 3. Another clean inning by JJ, and that'll end the inning. We got the heart of the over. Wake up, Riley. Wake up, Olson. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around and foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do.
Armchair.
Now, for me, I wasn't good enough to guess pitches. I looked for one pitch, every at-bat, every pitch, fastball right down the middle. Yeah. That's it. As soon as I saw it, I would swing. So I'd look fastball down the middle every single pitch, and my approach was to stay to right center field.
Hey, you want to watch the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer?
Yeah.
So what'd you think?
It was awesome. It was great. It's everything I thought it was going to be.
Then why are you so mad?
March 2025.
Yeah?
I'll be dead or in jail by then. They're making games for people who obviously they think have their life together. My life's not together. I live 2 weeks at a time. 2 weeks at a time. They'll probably repossess this house by the time that game comes out.
What are you doing?
I'm going to drink a beer.
Why?
I got plenty of time to kill. I mean, why not? Damn.
Who are you on the phone with?
My doctor, okay? I'm trying to get my blood pressure under control.
I'm glad you're finally starting to take care of yourself.
No. I just need to live long enough to play this game.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 3-1. Austin Riley, Matt Olson, Marcelo Ozuna, the heart of the Atlanta Braves order, is due up right now as we are in the bottom of the 8th with a 2-run lead. Ronaldo Lopez, 7 masterful innings. More on that in a second. First pitch on the way to Riley is a cutter down and away from Fosher. It's 1-0. The 1-0, righty, kicks and fires. Misses outside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. The pitch swung on, Tapper back to the mound, off the glove of Foster, who flips it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out, another easy out. One away. Well, maybe the off day will do Riley and Olsen some good. I mean, this is just watching them just spin their wheels. I know it's frustrating for them as well. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on. That ball is going to get caught by Jazz Chisholm. A low line drive that Chisholm caught on the fly. Good defensive play by Jazz, 2 away. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. Wasn't a hard hit ball, but usually those types of balls get dropped in front of you for a base hit. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna down to our last out, hopefully. Hopefully we don't have to bat again. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is swung on. That ball's going to get hit into left center field, and we are 1 on, 2 outs. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Orlando Arcia with 1 on, 2 out. The first pitch. Down and away. Cutter misses. 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on. Chopped over to third. Is that going to stay fair? Just foul, thankfully. 1-1. So 1-1 count. Braves lead this one 3-1. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Iglesias should be warming up in the bullpen and ready to roll by the time we get to the 9th. The 3-1. Down and away. Good take. 2-1. I think I said 3-1. It's 3-1. The 1-1, now 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Iglesias does appear to be warm. Righty. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Cutter outside, 2-2. If you're just joining us, Miami scored their 1 run off a solo shot. Braves scored their first run off a balk that sent Acuna home, the 2-2. Chop foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. A balk that sent Acuna home and Harris to second. Ozuna would knock Harris home in to make it 2-0 at the time of the bottom of the first. The 2-2 pitch, just outside wide, ball 3. The Sanchez home run in the second would make it 2-1, and then Ozuna once again singled Olsen home to score in the third, and that's where we've been the whole time. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's chopped down the left field line, foul. Another fast-moving game. This game started at 7:20. We're just past the 2-hour mark. Last night's game, about the same time frame. The 3-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Arcia, I don't know what he was waiting for, but he'll get his next at bat hopefully Friday. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead at 3-1. 3 defensive outs away from taking this one home.
My wife accused me of stealing her thesaurus. Not only was I shocked, I was appalled, aghast and dismayed.
Things that I'm no longer interested in. Number 1, driving at night. Number 2, driving in winter. Number 3, getting on a scale. I don't like that anymore. And number 4, arguing with idiots. Number 5, being fashionable. Number 6, going to the gym. No use going to the gym anymore. I don't really care. Number 7, kale. Who likes kale? Number 8, wearing clothes that don't stretch. I need it. Number 9, counting carbs. And number 10, caring about what other people think of me.
Say something, a comment about the ref. Is it 20,000? It's a lot of money, so I should not do it. I save my money, I gotta pay for diapers.
Crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
We need Doubleday because as a culture we have to have origin myths. Now, baseball has no point of origin. It evolved. We know that. So they set up a commission, and they ginned up this absurd story about Abner Doubleday, who, as one writer said, probably didn't know baseball from a kumquat, but he did fire the first responsive Union volley at Fort Sumter, and he did briefly command the troops at Gettysburg. So to have an American hero as the originator of the game seemed very appropriate indeed. It's total mythology. In fact, there is no single point of origin.
Let's not try to find a starting place for baseball. Let's consider it to be the Darwinian product of centuries of movement of people and continents and oceans, and something rising from the sea and then turning eventually after years of evolution into Barry Bonds.
Welcome back. Put the out-of-town scoreboard real quick as Raciel Iglesias steps into the picture. Iglesias comes in with a 2.16 ERA. The first pitch from Eyeglasses is right down the pipe for a strike to leadoff hitter Arias, 95-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 0-1. Rays over the Tigers 7-5. These are all finals. Brewers Pirates, Milwaukee 3, Pittsburgh 2. The 0-1 misses outside wide, 1-1. Red Sox 8-0 over the Guardians. Orioles over the Angels is the 1-1. Down and out of the zone, 2-1. Try to get him chase that change. Mariners and Rangers are tied at 1 in the 4th. Padres and Rockies 4-0 San Diego in the 3rd. The 2-1 pitch is swung on. That ball's going to get laced into left field. Kelenich's on it quickly, so he'll cut it off. Arias, not the fastest second baseman in the league. He'll stay at first. But it's a leadoff single for the Fish. Other scores, Cubs 4-2 over the Astros in the 6th. Blue Jays and Royals, Kansas City 3-2 in the 6th. Yankees 7-3 over the A's in the 8th. Is the first pitch on the way to De La Cruz is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Mets 8, Giants 2, that's a final. Dodgers over the Nationals 11-2, that's a final. The 0-1. Down and away 1-1. Twins 6-3 over the White Sox in the 6th. And the Reds lead the Phillies 6-4, that's in the 8th. The 1-1 swing and a miss slider away 1-2. So 1-2 count. Time is called. We do that. We'll turn back time real quick. This date, 1901, in front of 14,000 fans. The Chicago Cricket Club. The American League is the 1-2. Just misses outside 2-2. The American League completes their first game when the White Sox defeat the Cleveland Blues 8-2. The Cleveland Blues name was such because of their bright blue uniforms. The 2-1 fouled off. It's 2-2. Later be known as the Naps, then the Indians, and now the Guardians. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's laced into left field. That's down for a base hit. We've got trouble aboard. Runners on first and second, nobody out. And the heart of the order due up for the Marlins. On this date, 1947, Johnny Mize homers 3 times against the Braves. Right-hander Johnny Sane puts the Giants' first baseman trio of round trippers not to be enough as Boston beats New York 14-5 at the Polo Grounds. But the Big Cat is the first pitch on the way. The Chisholm's down and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The Big Cat, as Johnny Mize becomes the first major leaguer to hit 3 home runs in one game 5 different times in his career. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. There's Johnny Mize on your screen real quick. So a 1-1 count. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 1-1 slapped against the shift. That's going to get, no, they're going to hold him up. The bases are going to be loaded, though. Nobody out. And Iglesias on the ropes already. Bases loaded, nobody out. That one right there was a pitch that honestly, that wasn't a terrible pitch by Iglesias. Didn't get much of the plate. But Jazz was able to slap it against the shift. That was a shift single is what that was. If we're playing that defense honestly for the double play, it's the first pitch to Bell is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. It would have been right to Arcia, and he would have been able to. I don't know why they were doing the shift when you got a double play in order and you're leading by 2, not 1. The 0-1 swung on. That ball is ricocheted off the glove of Olsen, and that ball's out of play. We got a tie ball game. The ball is going to be, it's going to be an error on Olsen. And he couldn't corral it in time. He was chasing the ball into the dugout. And the ball, once the ball leaves the field of play, it's an automatic base. So the single is assumed. So you're going to have runners on second and third and nobody out. Really is a shame. A great outing by Ronaldo Lopez wasted. So that'll bring up, with runners on second and third and 1 out, the number 5 hitter, Jesus Sanchez, who's already homered. First pitch down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves defense is in. What are they doing? The 1-0. Fastball down the pipe. 1-1. I could see being halfway and being all the way in with a runner on second. You're just flirting with the 2-run deficit. The 1-1. Swung on and fouled straight back. It's 1-2. It's different if that runner isn't standing on second, but our offense can come back from just about anything. But 2 runs, you're asking a lot. The 1-2 swatted foul. We'll do it again. Jesse Chavez warming up in the Braves bullpen. If you're just joining us, a game where the Braves absolutely dominated this through pitching has fallen apart here in the 9th. The 1-2 pitch looked like it. Check swing comebacker. Raciel Iglesias fires it over to first. He's going to get the out. The runner at third was playing a little cat and mouse, thought about going, but he stayed put. Once Iglesias got the ball, Chisholm started dancing. He started heading back towards first. It really wasn't a good throw there to first because Olsen had to bend out of the way before he got his arm chopped off. They still have the infield in. First pitch to Tim Anderson is right there for a strike. 95 miles an hour. 0-1. Anderson 0 for 3, a strikeout, a grounder to double play, and a flyout. The 0-1. Inside. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. On deck is Gordon. The pitch. Swung on, hit right at Arcia. He comes home. Got him! 2 away. Good throw by Orlando. Jazz was coming no matter what. Can't blame Jazz Chisholm on that one. He's trying to put his team ahead. But there was no way he's going to beat out the pistol that is Iglesias. If anybody can do it, though, Jazz made it fairly close. Great throw. Throw was even a little high. He still got him by quite a bit. First pitch on the way to Gordon is down in for a ball. It's 1-0. So tie ball game. 3-3. Braves trying to keep that run off the board at third. The 1-0. Swung on, chopped foul back behind home plate. 1-1. I know they'll always go back and point to the analytics and whatnot, but once again, when it's 3-1 and you're not at double play depth, something's wrong there. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 95 right down the pipe. 1-2. That strategy worked for 150 years. Why in the world would double play depth not all of a sudden work? So a 1-2 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Eyeglasses gets out of the jam. And we'll head to the bottom of the ninth with a chance to walk this baby off. We'll be back in a flash.
Bo body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for? Business. I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known, Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players, a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play, and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood, and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have, then, the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves 3, Marlins 3. Time to start the bottom of the ninth with Jared Kelenic standing up there, the number 7 hitter. First pitch on the way to Kelenic from Faulkner is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Jared 1 for 3, single in the fourth. 7, 8, 9 hitters are due. The 1-0 fouled away. It's 1-1. Well, I was hoping we weren't going to have time to get to this one, but we'll do the one last turn back time. On this date, 1989, joining Reggie Jackson as the 1-1, swing and a miss, 96 up top. Kind of a half-hearted swing, top of the zone outside. It's 1-2. Joining Reggie Jackson in 1989 in the Reggie Bar, Ken Griffey Jr. becomes the second player to have a candy bar named after him. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. When Pacific Trading Cards makes the Ken Griffey Jr. bars, the 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3, Kelnick. He wants to argue with that, but it's too borderline. With 2 strikes, you got to swing the bat. Especially when your name's Jerry Kelnick. It looked like the outer edge of the ball just hit the zone, but regardless, you're not going to get the benefit of that call. Ken Griffey Jr.'s candy bar that was sold by Pacific Trading Card Company is released and becomes extremely popular, except for one person who could not eat the bar. And that was Ken Griffey Jr. because he's allergic to chocolate. That was on this date, 1989. They're going to go out there and talk to Faucher, the right-handed reliever. Adam Duvall is stepping to the plate, and he is hitting for Trump. On deck is Travis d'Arnaud. So that's a little different. You would think it'd be the other way around, but I guess they're thinking if Duvall can get on, you'd much rather have him on. My thinking would be if nobody scores, you would have Duvall on second base as the ghost runner in the 10th. Because d'Arnaud's going to come in for Trump, so you won't be able to pinch run for him at all. So that'll bring Duvall to the plate after they all go back to the dugout and back to their positions. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. High and out of the zone, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. The pitch. 93 miles an hour, missed outside wide. Braves 3, Marlins 3. Correct, Gary. He had a candy bar, but it wasn't named after him. The 3-0 pitch, or 3-1 pitch, excuse me. Swing, and that ball's fouled back. Braves 3, Marlins 3. We're tied up here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Nobody on. 1 out. And the crowd's getting into it, putting on the chop, so we'll chop along with them. Adam Duvall digs in, gets back into the... Swung on, that ball is hit high down the right field line. Is it going to fall? Making the attempt is Arias, and it gets past him. It's going to roll into the right field corner, into foul territory, and Adam Duvall is on second with 1 out. That's how you create your own ghost runner. Arias he was trying to make the overhead catch and just missed it. It did hit the webbing of his glove with the outstretched glove, but just about a half step away from him. So they'll put Luke Williams in. That's a little strange, but they're going to put Luke Williams in to run for Duvall. I know he's a little faster than Duvall, but it's not like Duvall is a terrible runner. think that might be just get Luke Williams into the game, to be honest. We might have some shuffling on Friday. There's rumors that Ozzie could be ready to come back, and if so, everyone's going to go back to their marks. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss strike, 96 miles an hour. 0-1. Faucher is at 24 pitches, second inning of work. The 0-1. Righty. Up and in. Did he go around? They checked down the line. He did not. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Travis d'Arnaud on his recent hot streak has gotten his average all the way up to 293. He was at 200 at the end of last week. The 1-1 inside and high, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Righty. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Cutter in on his hands. Braves 3, Marlins 3. The 2-2. High and inside, ball 4. You got the payoff pitch to d'Arnaud on the way. Swing and chop foul towards the third base dugout. Runner on second. A full count. The pitch on the way. Down and in, ball 4. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. 93 miles an hour. Inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna didn't like the call. Looked like it just grabbed the zone. The 0-1. They set up outside. Time is called. I believe that was timed by Acuna. He's not stepping out. But it was motion like it was Acuna. I don't know. That was a weird one. 2 on, 1 out, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to third. Stepped on to third, and it's going to be an easy 5-3 inning-ending double play. Well, that's the bad news. We head to extra innings. The good news is Acuna will be your ghost runner when we go to the 10th.
Oh, it is a good makeup day. And it looks like a good hair day because you can't see the grease under the hat. Pro tip.
Slide here is your X. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time.
You won't let me draft the players I want to play. It's fantasy football, so the Hulk should be able to be on the team.
You go 14 times and only win 1 time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this, I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this, if I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
It is played everywhere. In parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed. The only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the seasons, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn. Americans have played baseball for more than 200 years. While they conquered a continent, warred with one another and with enemies abroad, struggled over labor and civil rights and the meaning of freedom.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio with Mac Magee, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Travis d'Arnaud's coming in to catch. It'll be A.J. Minter. They were trying to give A.J. the night off to a lot of use, but we're off tomorrow, so you can rest then, I guess. Bit of a delay, Travis getting his gear on and AJ coming in. So AJ's going to throw one more warm-up pitch. I think he was having an issue with his pitch comm as well. So Gordon's going to be the pinch runner for the Marlins, and he can fly, so not someone you expect to go station to station on a single. Coming to the plate is Rivera, who already hit a double earlier in the game. 1 for 3. The first pitch on the way is swung on and swatted over to second. Making the play is Guillorme, 4-3 putout. Quick out, but on the play, the runner moves over to third, 1 down. That'll bring Christian Bethancourt to the plate. Little surprised they're not pinch hitting for him, but we'll see how he comes through here. The infield is in. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss up top. 95 miles an hour. 0-1. The 0-1. They are in on the grass. The pitch. Swung on, chopped over to third. Thrown from his knees is Riley. Collision at home plate. He's out. 2 away. Great throw by Riley. Good stab and good block by d'Arnaud. He had to grab it, spin, and throw from his knees. Almost a perfect throw. 2 away. So I didn't want to jinx it until after it was done. The reason why I'm surprised Bethancourt wasn't pinch ran for, and I guess they just want to give Fortes the night off. Christian Bethancourt does not have a base hit in 2024. He is now, that's either 0 for 25 or 0 for 26. That'll bring Luis Arias to the plate, 2 for 4. First pitch to Luis. Swung on and swatted foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Runner on first, 2 outs. Ghost runner retired by a great defensive play by Riley if you stepped away. It's not really blocking the plate when you're making a play at the plate. I see the question. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. As long as the play is at the plate, you're allowed to have your defensive position. What they were getting rid of was someone standing there and blocking the plate without the ball, and then that's where the collisions were coming in. And if you're wondering about Gordon and his slide, it was a legal slide. He didn't try to bowl over. I mean, personally, I grew up on the old baseball, as most of us did. I missed the plays at the plate. But that, to the letter of the law, was legal for both sides. The 1-1, swung on, swatted over to right side of the infield. It'll get through. Bethancourt will go first to third. High hop throw from Acuna to third base. Good block by Riley. Acuna was trying to gun down Bethancourt. He really had no shot. is they were playing Arias pretty deep. So Acuna had a long way to go. They're trying to prevent the run, so you understand that. But playing Luis Arias deep is a strange one because he is a slap hitter. Not that it realistically matters because a base hit would probably score Bethancourt from second anyways. 2 outs, runners on the corners, the first pitch. 96 out wide. 1-0. Arias on first, Bethancourt on third, 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch, outside wide, 2-0. Standing on deck is Jazz Chisholm, the left-hander. Minter may not want to give in here to De La Cruz and face the lefty, the 2-0. Outside wide ball, 3-0. At this point, I say you just raise the 4 fingers and send it on down to first. No sense of just laying one in there. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. The pitch. Nowhere near the zone. Ball 4. I definitely think Minter and company were pitching around seeing if De La Cruz would get himself out. Now he's set to face Jazz Chisholm. So the infield is playing back. Any kind of a slow roller is going to score a run the first pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike on the outer edge. Just kisses the black. It's 0-1. Jazz Chisholm's arguing with home plate umpire about it. And it did look a tad off. But we've seen already you don't want to get on the wrong side of Parra. He'll just start calling strikes on you. Jazz calls for time. Runners on everywhere. The bases are loaded, 2 outs. The 0-1 from AJ. Lefty, lefty, kicks and fires. Cutter outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and fouls it back 97 miles an hour. Outer edge, 1-2. AJ 1 strike, 1 out, away from getting out of this jam. Braves faithful starting to stand up and start the chant again. We'll do it along with them. 1-2 from AJ. 14th pitch of the inning. On the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He gone. Adios, muchacho. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Acuna will be standing on second.
Dad, look, it's the good Kush.
This is the dollar store. How good can it be?
Just thought you guys should know that the Scottish have a word for laying around in bed after it's time to get up, and it's called herkle-durkling. I do be herkling and I do be durkling, and once I've herkled my last durkle in a given morning, I will get up, but I'm a big fan of a herkle-durkle, so you should be too.
There'll be a slight chance I might be pregnant.
Really? And why do you say that?
I've been craving weird things that I'm not
Normally craving?
Yeah.
And now you crave it.
Like water.
Well, some of it could
craving
be
water. You ain't pregnant, you're thirsty. Go drink you some water. It'll be alright.
The Oakland Athletics mascot is somewhat randomly an elephant, but there is a reason for that. In the early 1900s, New York Giants manager John McGraw told the Athletics owner that he had a white elephant on his hands. A white elephant is something that's not as valuable as the effort needed for it. Athletics manager Connie Mack heard this and decided to make an elephant the team's logo.
How do we opt out of TikTok shop videos? I don't want to see them anymore! I'm not going to shop on TikTok shop! I'm going to shop on Amazon! Stop showing me your videos!
How come your socks aren't the same color?
I don't know. How come your kids don't have the same last name?
The greatest ball player of all time? I picked the Detroit man.
because he is, in my judgment, the most expert man of his profession and is able to respond better than any other ball player to any demand made upon him. He plays ball with his whole anatomy, his head, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. I have never seen a man who had his heart more centered in the sport than Cobb has when he's playing. I believe Cobb would continue to play ball if he were charged something for the privilege, and if the only spectator were the groundskeeper, Charles Comiskey.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves are set to face the closer of the Marlins, nasty customer of Tanner Scott. The left-hander will be set to face Michael Harris II, who is also a lefty, Riley, and Matt Olson. There was a delay because Acuna couldn't find his batting helmet. He's heading out to, I don't know what the deal was with that. Was the equipment guy in the bathroom? Normally they know exactly where they are and they hand it to him. So that'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris, lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, swung on, swatted, foul and out of play. It's 0-1. For obvious reasons, Scott's looking over at second, knowing Acuna could be going to steal third to put himself as the winning run in scoring position for just a fly ball. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on, lifted into left center field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves sending a Ronald Acuna Jr. around third, and they walk off the fish. Money Mike, the pick to click with the walk-off hit. Holy cow. He got that one over the plate, didn't miss it, drove it into left center field. Started to think it might have too much air in it. One of the left fielder or center fielder was going to get underneath it, but it fell just in between them. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Atlanta 4, Miami 3. It's time for Braves Country tonight. Don't go anywhere.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome into Braves Country tonight as your Atlanta Braves walk this one off. 4-3 is the victory. Michael Harris II. The scoreboard's still half asleep over here. Michael Harris II with the game-winning RBI after the Atlanta Braves blew what should have been a win for Ronaldo Lopez. So we're going to give the game ball to Michael Harris II. He went 3 for 5, scored a run, had an RBI, got the game-winning RBI. So for obvious reason, we're going to give him the game ball. But if you were going to have a shared game ball, it would be Ronaldo Lopez, who went 7 strong again, 1 earned run, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. He just gave up the 1 home run. Other than that, it was almost a perfect outing. Jimenez looked good. He had a clean inning. Iglesias, well, he coughed up a couple of runs, didn't look sharp. Then he locked it down and actually pitched really well to get out of that jam. So a tip of the cap to him. And A.J. Minter came in, gave up the 1 hit, and did have a walk, but the walk was essentially an intentional walk. And for folks who may look at that and say, well, the game was on the ropes there. Remember, if he's not coming in facing a ghost runner, it would have been a 1-2-3 inning. So A.J. Minter, the entire bullpen, even Iglesias with his hiccup, he still ended up getting everything right. And the Atlanta Braves win this one. I'm trying to reset this scoreboard so we can put the stats up there. They normally don't take this long to get their head out of their rear, but for whatever reason. Braves win it 4-3. There we go. It's finally a final. 4 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Miami. And the Braves sweep away the Marlins. And we're now 17-6 and 9-3 at home. How about that? Hit the rest of the scores real quick in case you missed them earlier. The Philadelphia Phillies did lose, so we'll be 3 games in front of Philadelphia and 4 in the loss column. We are 4.5 now in front of the Mets. They won today. And we are, I believe, 4 in front of the loss column on them. Let's see, 15 and 5. We're 5 in front of the loss column on the Mets. We are 6 in front of Washington, and Washington fell, I believe. I want to make sure that was a final. Yes. So Washington fell. They go to 7 back, and Miami obviously lost. They are now 12.5 back. So not too shabby. Number to call in if you want to chime in is 904. Excuse me, I almost did it again. 678-960-9700. 678-960-9700 is the number to call. And your Atlanta Braves sweep the Fish. And I know that's not a great feeling when you see that they're 6-20. The Marlins are a lot better than a 6-win team. They've got very good pitching. Their offense just hasn't gotten clicking. If you paid attention to Miami beginning of the season when they started off on that bad run, were they sort of like 0-8, somewhere in that neighborhood? They weren't hitting at all. And they have had some injuries to their pitching staff, but they're still a really feisty team. You're never going to get – they're not the White Sox. They're not the A's. They're not a team that you're just going to run all over. The Marlins are going to be scrappy the rest of the year. Back to the scoreboard real quick, and then we'll answer any questions that are in the chat as well. Let me see what we have going on here. Yankees 7-3 over the A's. Rays beat the Tigers. Brewers over the Pirates. Red Sox blanked the Guardians. So Atlanta will now have the best record in baseball by half a game heading into that series against the Guardians. Cardinals 5-1 over the Diamondbacks. Orioles beat the Angels. Orioles are starting to play really good baseball. They're 16-8 in their own right. Padres lead the Rockies 5-0. Rangers 2-1 over the Mariners. That game is in the 6th. Royals lead the Blue Jays 3-2. And that's in the 8th. Cubs 4-2 over the Astros in the 8th. White Sox trail the Twins 6-3. And I think we got all the other scores. Mets beat the Giants earlier. See if there's any comments or questions. If not, we'll start getting out of here. Braves win it 4-3. Game ball. Michael Harris the second. Once again, 3 for 5 with the game-winning RBI. But if we were going to share that game ball, Ronaldo Lopez has looked absolutely unbelievable. He had a couple of hiccups tonight, but all in all, you know, these aren't robots. These aren't video games. You don't just press a button and away the ball goes. He is up there firing perfection. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him next week, because this week they gave him the extra day off. If they do that again, he'll face the Dodgers a week from Friday in L.A. I would love to see that matchup. I would love to see what Ronaldo Lopez can do against the Dodgers offense. But they may keep him on Wednesday, because if you think you're going to face the Dodgers in the playoffs, and there's a good chance you are, there's probably a good reason to have him go ahead and pitch next Wednesday afternoon against the Mariners. And the fewer times the Dodgers see Ronaldo Lopez, the more advantageous it'll be to us come October. See if we have any comments of substance. Everyone just talking about sweeping, and that's it, I guess. All right, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. We'll see you Friday night. First pitch. We are putting the chat up tomorrow night for anyone that wants to watch the NFL draft and chat along. We'll put that chat up, and we'll put that up. The draft starts at 8 tomorrow night, so we'll probably put it up about 7:30. And anyone that wants to chime in, I'm sure we'll be in here reacting to it, seeing where all the guys go. You know what? The draft is so long and boring. Why the hell they started at 8 o'clock? Yeah, come on. NFL. They're going to come watch you no matter what. Why not put that thing on at 7:30? Anyways, I digress. We get out of here. Braves win. Y'all have a great one, Braves country. It's always good to sweep a division rival. When you thought you might have lost that game, the way it unraveled there at the end, and then for them to show the resilience and come back, I thought that was huge. We'll see you Friday night, and what was it? It's Chris Sale night, I believe. Chris Sale, I've not looked at the Cleveland pitching matchup yet, because there were some questions on what they were going to do, because they have a day off as well. Y'all have a great night, y'all, Braves country.
You're in Braves country. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
Casey at the bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons. A straggling few got up to go in despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a K. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat. For there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe in second and Flynn a hunting third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air. And Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar. Like the beating of a storm wave on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand. And it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence. His bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat. Ernest Lawrence Thayer. Published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby, Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper, don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David, justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews, 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred, McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin, southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright, the father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play, Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones, Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider, the quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez, Javi to B-Mac, Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog, he won 355, could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro, he got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis, old Nixon could fly, the catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson, we were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking, the top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy, the big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler, Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren, Skip Carey 2, Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren, spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni, yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying, it felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee, to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024.